I should be live now. Hi there, Bahamut. I'm gonna get the scene switched over now, and we can get started. Alright, gotta get ToF stuff done real quick. Give me a sec. Okay. Alright, gotta make sure I grab the stuff in the store first. Right, gotta do the same on my alt. Gotta make sure I do the same. Then after we get the ToF stuff, we can move on from there. Okay. Mm-hmm. I'm just grabbing the stuff in the shops on my alt right now. Before I continue with everything. I don't think I even did my dream machines yet in the week. So we gotta get those done soon as well. Or we gotta get those done as well. So I'm gonna get everything set up. Blackboard drip market. JP also got another drip market too. They also got Akane Rin. I saw. I don't know why they... yeah. Alright, let me claim those. Okay. Hi, Quark. Guess your sleep schedule drifted enough to catch things again. Fair enough. I haven't been able to stream like the past 2 days because I've been busy. I attended a wedding and all sorts of stuff the other day. And by the time I got home, I was just way too tired for this shit. I just quickly did my stuff in the thing and then went off. But yeah. Okay. Let me get my stuff here done first. Daily bounty. Hopefully all this other stuff. Cool. Yeah, my main gets all the easy ones and my alt gets the annoying ones today. There's a raid party. Nah, I'm fine. I already got those done. So I don't need to worry about that. I got them done earlier in the week. So I'm good. Next week is Nanto. Oh, great. No, I did not. I did not get it. Honestly, though, it's just like a bunch of crazy shit happened yesterday, cause kind of feel bad for them because of what ended up happening partway through. Because like because originally there was supposed to be one of the guests that was supposed to be there couldn't make it because she was hospitalized, and she's been hospitalized for like the past 3 weeks, which would have been the bride's mother. And just after the thing in the church, partway through when we were at the reception, because the bride's mother was in the hospital, she got moved to the ICU. So like, and like the whole thing was like they wanted to do it before anything gets worse for the thing. So like they were planning it like since the beginning of the year. And like it just got worse and worse. Things slowly again, it's like too late to move it. Yeah, just a really bad luck. So there is all sorts of things that happened there. So like partway through what ended up happening was so the people we were with, we basically said that like we are basically gonna be the last ones to leave the reception thing afterwards. After all the guests leaves, like partway through the reception, they basically left to go to the hospital. The family there, they left to go to the hospital to go visit, you know, thing in the ICU. And we basically stayed there until like I think like 9:30 or something p.m. at the reception thing. I didn't get home until like around 11:30 yesterday. Something like around that. I was like somewhat like going in and out of Discord as well. In certain places just looking at things. But I was like not home the entire day. Things were really crazy and busy that day. One of the things that's like really bizarre though and like kind of strange is that like what's funny is like the food that they had at the reception. What's funny is like the favorite food of the bride and the groom. None of their favorite foods were there. Which is just like really, really weird. It's like they chose the thing for the catering and everything. But like for some reason they didn't, you know, make sure to have their favorite food present. But like, yeah, it's just kind of weird. But yeah, can't celebrate, but at least got her blessing. It's just crazy unfortunate what ended up happening there. Because it's supposed to be like happy celebration for them, but then stuff happened. Unfortunately. Yeah, it's just like a really crazy. What was even also crazier was like partway. So like after the church, right? We basically went to this park first because they wanted to take photos. Apparently as well at the same time, which was even more crazy, there was another couple that got married at a different church and whatever, and like they wanted to take pictures, right, at the same park after. So like they were basically like waiting to take turns, and it took a while for them to get all the photos they wanted. And then it started raining too. It was quite something. But yeah. It was just a crazy day. Alright, alright, I need to start getting the dream machines. Yeah. All sorts of things just ended up happening. Maybe there were signs. I mean, like, again, like, they've been planning for it, like, at the beginning of the year. And, like, they wanted to get it done as quickly as possible, or as soon as possible, because, again, they wanted the bride wanted her mother to be able to attend. But, you know, unfortunately, it didn't happen. Because, again, like, hospitalized and everything. It's just crazy stuff, man.
Awaiting command.
This shit's annoying not having a Void Piercer in here. Honestly, Geffion is kind of annoying to use. Like, just super tedious overall. But yeah, it's just crazy. And honestly, like, this was like the freaking DJ that they hired for their reception. I don't think they knew what they were doing, cause for a bit, like, everyone at the reception were basically getting ear raped because they didn't know how to freaking tune the stuff, and they basically had everything set to max volume, which is just you can imagine just how bad it is. And what's worse is, like, it was butchering basically any of the music playing because all you could hear is like electrical noise, heavy bass, and then barely anything else. And it was just like it was just crazy. Eventually, like, they turned down the volume, but like okay, like the stuff that was just like, you would have the audio just peaking, so you would just keep hearing like static and electrical noise over top of everything. I don't know what the hell the DJ was doing with the thing there that they had hired. But yeah, it was quite something. Very unfortunate though what happened. Very unfortunate. You can't dance on high pitch EDM. I mean, it's for like you want to freaking cover your ears and everything. Shit's just a mess. Alright. And then in other news as well, I don't know how many of you guys even like try messing around with this, but like on Friday, I decided to like upgrade on the BC250 machine. I decided to upgrade from Bazzite 43 to 44. And like now shit's broken when I use Sunshine and Moonlight, cause like when I try to connect to it, it just like has like no display. It's just all blank. Alright. When it's in game mode, but if I'm not in game mode, it's like working fine. And then I tried the other like different capture methods. The only one that wouldn't spit out an error was the KMS. But when I connect to it on KMS, it's just all black. Which is basically unusable, but I could for some reason have the audio pass through and send inputs over. And then I decided, like, okay, what happens if I just wipe it and put on SteamOS? Yes, it basically makes you want to it makes me want a KMS. I tried the same thing, configured everything, applied a bunch of custom kernel patches because the thing has because the thing I had it on was on the PS5 board thing. Same problem. So then I tried again this with CashOS. Same thing as well. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? The newest version of the kernel there for like the more recent drivers. Like I can't freaking screen grab in like in a GameScope session properly. Like nothing's working. Because like all the other capture methods would just like not detect a display, even though I had a freaking monitor plugged into it. Or I even tried it with a dummy plug, because I have one of those EDID dummy plugs. And that also did not work.
Awaiting command.
And like apparently I looked in as well on the BC250 Discord and on the Discord for Bazzite, and people have the same problem, so I have no clue what's going on. I might end up trying to like roll back everything again and just reset up. The whole thing's just a pain. I didn't try it on a different machine though, that's running different hardware. Maybe it's not a problem there, but I don't exactly have time. Because it takes a long ass time to just get this stuff set up. I don't know, man. Shit's just a mess.
Awaiting command.
Everything's just fucked. I need to get my dream machines. Yeah. Someone's also going around killing these world bosses too. So that's a thing. Okay. Let me get loaded in again. Alright, we can loot those. Alright. Oh, Lucia's alive. Time to kill Lucia. Elite was something, man. How you doing? No, that's right. It was, definitely something. It was definitely a something. I guess. Fucking hell, these stupid things need to die. Alright, my alt got its first dream machine. Alright, I'm gonna go to Vera. And just go kill things there for now. Oh, and it's just garbage stuff. Alright, just gonna skip to the top of it. Alright, let's see what I got on my man. What do we got? God damn it, it's this stupid thing. Yeah. But it's still awful, and then I hate how you can't just exit out immediately. You have to like wait the 6 seconds. I also hate the one with the freaking balls falling. That one also sucks. And same with the one where you have to like defend the thingy against a bunch of waves of crap. That shit's even more annoying than AFKing for 3 minutes. Because you can't just AFK until you switch to like a specific setup and then stand in a specific spot first. Which is what my alt just got. Ugh. Gotta... get to the specific setup. Alright. Then I have to do a join up after all the credits. This stupid maze. And the reward is shit. Of course it is. Oh, this thing is even more annoying when you have the stupid aura thing on the character. Because when it gets too close to anything, it just obstructs a large chunk of the view. Get the next one. Got all of them. Hi Chronoless, welcome. No, I'm... I don't want to dox myself. So you won't get to see it. You won't get to see the blue dress. Here, I'll give you something as consolation though. Here. I mean, it's too late. There you go. You can have that. You can have this blue one as consolation. No, it's a fancy bath towel. To be fair, they both use the same base model. It's just that the bath towel one, has a different texture. They do use the same base. So I guess, yeah, fancy bath towel.
Target eliminated.
gotta loot this. Let me get my ult to loot it too. I need to find time as well to do Void Abyss at some point. Maybe next week I'll get it done. Damn it, my ult still doesn't have its last join up. Not join up, what's it called? Dream Machine. They're all dead. I guess I'll just have it get sent to Vera. To the thing there. No one doing refreshing waves? This one's like the nice one to like farm. My ult got its last Dream Machine already. I just killed the cactus.
Eliminated.
Alright, which one did I get? Okay. That one's not too bad.
Awaiting command.
I ended up going back to doing Kylo dailies because I'm still missing some of these things that I could buy, the 0 clusters from the shop. And so until I can completely clear it out, you know. Alright, let me just go to my AFK spot again. Let me get my ult loaded in first. Okay. Let me get myself warped on over. It is nice that they move the dark crystals to just a regular weekly donation thingy from the crew stuff. Why do you want to join the team? Alright, sure. You could come in. I don't know what you're trying to do. But you can come over here to the AFK spot. Fair enough. I mean, I'm just gonna like do a join up and then switch over to the next thing. You teleporting or something? Yep, there you are. I see you. Fair enough. Alright, let's just go get this done. Okay. Alright, let me get my ult all the way up there. Time to kill everything here. The NTE swimsuit looks different because it's not the NTE swimsuit. It's the ToF swimsuit. We're almost done with the ToF stuff anyways. Yeah, it's the alpha version. The alpha version which will cure your mom. You know, you just say that part real quick. Right. It's the alpha version that'll cure your mom. I don't know. It's that thing there. Okay. Yeah, it looks a little different. Even more so when you're just out of bounds. Right, even more so when you're out of bounds. Oh, I should enter bygone once. Alright, I'm gonna enter and exit bygone once. Get the vitality stuff done, and then open up NTE. Okay. Right. Can claim that. Then dump those right there. Does I end up just doing this? Oh, I don't even have enough gold. At least now I got. Whatever. Alright, we'll close this. And I'll switch over to NTE. Alright, give me a sec. Alright, time to boot up NTE. Hi there, Tara, and welcome. At least it didn't take too long to get the stuff there done. Alright, NTE is getting booted up. Oh, damn, I accidentally opened Crate J as well. We don't need that open right now. Maybe we'll look at React stuff later. You guys sent me some more stuff to look at anyways. Okay. Oh wait, the Gamescom thing is on Tuesday? Okay, what time is it on Tuesday? I have to like look at the Ananta stuff. But yeah. If only you had Nanyan on the account, you could go out of bounds, yeah. If only. How many ults do you have, man? How many ults? I'll just wait for the stuff to get loaded on in. HP. I haven't even, like... I was lucky enough, like, to find earlier on in the patch, at least for certain things, to get some of the event stuff done by AFK farming them, but, like... I only got to the 30k thing. I can't actually get all the good stuff yet, because I don't have the points or whatever. It's so annoying when, like, they just, like, slowly, gradually increase the amount you can get, instead of letting you get all the stuff up front. When they do that, they just time gate. Okay. Let's get on in. Alright, let's get on in. Right, come on, let me claim that. Yeah, it's so annoying when it's not letting me claim immediately. You have 6 total, okay. It's still quite a bit of padding, man. You only play 2 of those with any frequency, fair enough. But that's a lot of accounts, to be fair. That is a lot of accounts. Okay. Let's get you gifted first.
Instead of a gift, I'd rather you tell me a secret. That's what I really want.
Okay. Got that there. You need your gifts.
Oh, whoa! I like this. Thanks.
There aren't many gifts in this world that would make me this happy.
Alright, we'll give Chiz a random flower, I guess. Or what? No, I'll give her this thing first.
I'll get you a gift too. Please take it when I do.
Because eventually I do want to get Chiz to 10 there. Okay. Yeah, let's do some quick explore. Can I get anything good? Nope. 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 And nope. All junk. Let's see. Let's look at Diablos first. Main attribute, HP, defense. Let's just get rid of the rejected pieces. Do I get rid of that one? Sure. Okay. Let's clean up this thing. Wait, no, that's Lakshana Sat. Okay, it's fine. Okay, that stuff is cleaned out. Cool. Let me go climb this. But yeah, I need to farm like a bunch more of the volleyball stuff to get the characters leveled up. We'll do that later too.
Shift change. Go rest now.
But yeah, daily mugging time.
Yeah.
Wait, come on. Right, that's one of them. We'll do the second one. Right, that's another one. Yeah, she's forgetting that she needs to give me her briefcase. Right, she's forgetting to give me her briefcase. So I'll go and claim it right now. Because I need every last bit of funds I can get. I'll get your stuff. Oh, there's 2 more briefcases right here. You have important question. 225. You're saying crit damage or 64% scorch. What do you mean 64% scorch? What do you mean by 64%?
What's for dinner tonight?
Funny thing is, the 6 health you recently got, some CN guy decided to play global ToF. He gave you his account after chatting at the vein of, okay, I'll be playing global, you can have some fun on here. Okay. Great way. Oh, you're piloting it, basically? Is that what you're doing? You're piloting it so a CN guy can play global? You want cycle intensity over crit damage. Ideally, you want both, though. But cycle intensity higher priority.
Stay away or I'll shout for help.
Now they can't see me. Stupid bitch got in the way. For the perspective of like a cat was, his main DPS was Fiona, Nanya, and Breve. What the hell? Alright. The hell? How can they see me from up here? I'm like so far away.
Leave it to Lacrimosa. Be careful. Glass.
What the fuck?
Boring opponent.
This shit bugged? Yeah, don't ask me why there's tents up here.
Where are we going? Drifting in the wind.
Alright, so I need one more wallet and the other stuff.
Shift change. Go rest now.
Leave. Let me handle this.
What the hell? She's just glitched now. They can't see me.
Security officer, stop and drop your weapon immediately.
Well, I just took the car. It's not like they can even see me. There we go, cool down. Alright, he just stealthed to hide.
Lacrimosa can handle it.
Boring opponent.
Yeah, I guess that works. Alright, we just go back to bullying more NPCs. Alright, where's the next bag victim? No, that's a briefcase. I already got 4 briefcases.
Shift change. Go rest now.
Leave. Let me handle this.
Been a few days and I'm already broke again.
Okay. We got those. But yeah, there's a bunch of random 2-piece sets, like no 4-piece. The average housing situation in a big 26, yeah. That is true. That's why the tents are in the roofs. Average housing situation in 2026. I don't know. I haven't tested. I haven't tested yet. I'm like still trying to get the characters leveled up.
I'm more used to humanoid targets.
Let's see. Nope. Nope. That has potential. Wait, no, that's Diablo set.
Who's the next target?
God damn it. And that's all junk. Let's go start with what am I getting pinged for? Oh, whatever. Alright, we'll get rid of those. Diablo sod. HP bonus. Cosmos. What? You don't need these. So we dismantle them. Quick select. All A rank and all B rank. Alright, now we'll check other pieces. Nope, okay, that's fine. Maybe Zero will turn from that. Who
As
knows?
long as you can tolerate my
Who knows if
presence.
they'll what they'll do next? But like, will they keep the same type of stuff, or would they change things too? Who knows? Alright, it could go in so many directions there. Alright, console, rewind. Garbage, garbage. Alright, let's see. Anything good here? Doesn't look like anything good here. I guess this is a Fadia piece. If I ever build a Fadia. Nothing really here. No, that doesn't really change anything. Okay. Let me just check for Zenko again. I still don't have one with also crit damage. I want one with like crit damage as another stat there to go with all that stuff there, but nope. And then Lost Radiance. Yeah, nothing. How about modules? You know, might as well put that there, change it to 4 out of 4. See what we can find. No, no cycle intensity there. Though I guess I wouldn't want to change anything there. Wait. Yeah, no, I wouldn't want to change that. Yeah, that doesn't have crit damage. Okay, let's see other characters then. If I can improve anything on them. Alright, let's see. No, that doesn't need to get replaced. I guess I could replace that piece. That's the same. They know. Side by 2 block pieces? Guess not. Yeah, no, nothing gonna get changed there. We'll go check another character then. Let's give her the HP stuff. Oh, she wants type 2 stuff. I don't even remember what the actual set thing looked like. He's like, maybe one day I'll actually like build Fadia. Alright, she wants tiny big adventure. It needs 2 4-block pieces. That's super annoying. Yeah. I know you can, but like, this stuff that it shows here is not what I'm looking for. Because if I was to build her, I would give her tiny big adventure, not that set. Not the mental set. Which is a different thing. Well, it's a good guideline, it's not the most ideal for things. For what it accounts for. Okay, I would give her that. I'll just slap that there. Alright, so I would need this. I would need that, and then these. Okay, I'll just put that there. And then you would just shove as many 2 blocks as you can. Like that. I just shove things in there. Yeah. Hunter's Crucible is its own mess. But like, the thing is too, like for guideline stuff, let's say for like Izanko, this is technically the ideal set. I wish I had crit damage as a subset here though. I'm missing out on a lot of crit damage there. Like 20%. But like it's just funny how like this stuff would math out here. That you'd get to this weird situation. Which pieces don't have damage percent? Or like that. I see. Do I not have a piece that would fit there? No, I guess the Tori's using that piece. But yeah. Nope. That stuff's not good. Oh, I guess I could try looking at her stuff here so I can get rid of this junk. From the early days. Oh, let's see what we can give her. So give her this piece. Put it somewhere. Actually, it's probably best I don't put that stuff on the thing right now. I'm not really using her anyways. I'll fix Nonali's gear. You want fireflies. Main attribute. Anima damage. Do I have anything better? No, I do not. Okay. Alright, crit damage, universal damage, 3. Oh, that's an upgrade for thing. That's definitely an upgrade. And nothing else is available to put on. Okay. If you set chaos resist too high, the time limit too low, and then you struggled, I know. Yeah, because the thing is, 30% extra resistance is basically increasing their HP by 75%. Or rather 1.75x. Because they already have a base resistance of 30%. You're increasing it to 60%. So instead of doing, 70% of your damage to them, you're doing 40%. The resistance increase thing is pretty brutal. To get like this stuff for Hunter Crucible. And then you increase their HP. Like, yeah. I got the thing done. I got the 90,000, but like, it was kind of a pain. It is just a pain. I got it done, but like, yeah. I mean, to get the easier thing is fine. It's just, the problem is getting the other stuff with the score. Especially if the stuff you have built, you're just putting resistance against you. Okay, in 2 more days, we'll have another BTR reset. I'm just gonna do a single pull here. Nope. Because I do want to get another copy for A3 on Zanko. Just so I can get the skip button for her ult.
Sure. Quid pro quo.
Because it's kind of Pepega to like thing. I have 2. If I get a third one, I want it specifically just for this. Just so I can just not use her on field to, like, for an extended time to get her second ult. That'd be far more useful. This thing is pure, this is pure scam bait, man. This one right here, this is pure bait, because the thing you're boosting is just, like, the last hit on the... It's just this number right here. You're only boosting that last number right here. It is pure bait. Nah. Unless it's something stupid. The boost, it's not anything crazy. Scourge is worth way too much damage. That, like... You know... I mean, you just go in, you clear it, get your stuff, and then move on. That's all you do, man. You go in there, you clear it, get your stuff, and move on. That's all you do. Yeah, but it really depends on how much that is, that follow-up. I doubt it's gonna be anything stupid crazy to help outcompete with the other stuff. Because regardless, most of her damage is still Scorch in the current setup of things. It's heavily weighted towards Scorch right now. And then fielding her for 12. So it's just like trying to field her for that last tiny bit is just another opportunity cost that isn't worth it. It doesn't matter your investment, Scorch is just a large chunk of her damage. It's the vast majority of her damage. And here's the other thing too. If you want to get the most out of break damage on her, you don't want to run the incantation set, you want to run the Cosmos set. Because the incantation set isn't doing anything for Scorch, and it's not doing anything for break. But the 25% Def Ignore does. Yeah, it's about a 15% increase over not having it. For both. It's a 15% increase. You basically sacrificed the 28% increase from incantation set to get a 15% increase to all the damage. And considering more than half of her damage, even if you have like a whaled out A6, Zanko is still Scorch, it still ends up being better. Because the gap ends up being around 6%. Wait, was it? You know, here, let me pull up this shit. We can, like, actually look at it together. If freaking Windows will let me freaking open the freaking start menu. Freaking microslop. Freaking Explorer.exe process broke. Freaking breaks every day. You can have a $3,000 computer and it would still be a piece of shit. Alright. But yeah. Hi there, Pro Pooper players, and welcome. Alright. So... Alright, we can look at this stuff here. So, here we have the Esper cycle damage. In this case, let's say we have 460 cycle intensity. We have 3 stacks of Scorch. This is the base damage. We're gonna go over like 15-second rotation, so we'll have 15 ticks. Right. Special modifiers, security boost. We have 4 dots on them, so we get 100%. So this is just the raw unboosted tick after the enemy def and resistance stuff is there. Let's have the 25% def ignore applied here, so we can just look at the number. Right, and this is Adler Shroud because we're using Adler, why not? So we're basically having a crit peak about 47k on these stats. Right, so we can hit 262 crit damage. What's... Oh, this is without counting the 50% crit damage boost, assuming perfect gear. Okay, we can like factor that in actually. So add we'll add A1 here plus 50. So we hit 312. So now we're basically, you can get up to 54k crits if we're like fully maxed out perfect gear. So our average damage from the total is about 500,000 damage over one rotation from just Scorch. Right, this is basically Scorch damage over one rotation. If we take away the def ignore set, we go down to we lose a little over 60k damage. Like 60k damage is just deleted. And then if we go lower this again for main stat, it's 280. Would we hit 280? I think we would hit 280. Yeah, because you would subtract the 180 there. So then now we would go down all the way to 365k basically. That would be our damage per rotation. Right. So like we can like jot this down. So I'll put main DPS Zanko per rotation. I'll put support Zanko per rotation. Alright, we'll account for perfect gear, so I'll just put Scorch here. So this would be 3, 6, 9, 5, 3. Oh, 3, 6, 4, 9. We'll put dot category here per rotation, and then we'll also have raw damage. Right, raw damage. I'll put field time. So we'll field her for the full 12-second rotation there, and I'll do the same thing for 4 seconds because it'll change a bit. And we'll put it there. We can like compare the total damage, and then we'll just do total damage here. And then DPS. Right, so we'll have that equal that cell divided by field time. Right, so we can do that. This cell. Divide that by this. This one. Divide that by this cell. Right, we'll just put that here. But yeah. I see you've been doing YouTube stream there. Where am I getting this statistic? I mean, I'm calculating the actual raw damage. This is the base damage. We're accounting for enemy defense over here. This is the base damage before defense and resistance for each of the Esper cycles in the game. Like, this is like the actual base damage. You can even test it yourself by triggering Nova on 0 cycle intensity and like comparing the numbers and testing each of them individually on an enemy with no without the weakness or resistance to the specific damage type. You can test it yourself. If you understand how the damage calculation works, you can go backwards. We're going by average damage here. Let's put this back here. We're gonna like calc just raw Zanko damage here. So I'm gonna go give her back the main slot. So this is gonna be go back to 460. And then we have main DPS is gonna have the lower number. 439,603. And then we'll go for def ignore. That's 52,403. Alright, and then this one again. Okay, so we can go for the we'll get the number now for the other stuff here. So the dot would be we have these numbers here. So this is adjusted already. We have perfect stats on them. So this is basically the damage after accounting for all the buffs. The raw damage at 100% of attack. So this is going to assume Zanko has perfect gear. The Zanko support numbers here is assuming incantation set. Well, the Zanko dot one, the Zanko and Zanko dot is going to assume you have the this is incantation, this is lost radiance. Support means lost radiance. The other Zanko is the stats for the incantation set. So you can see the stuff here would line up. If you had perfect gear in game, you could get 73.5% attack, 420 flat attack from having them at plus 20 all the pieces. There's the crit damage and all the way through. So this is assuming perfect gear. So this is just the numbers you can work with as a baseline. So I'm gonna take support dot. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna take a dot damage first. So I'm gonna go here. That equals I'm gonna go just 9 because you would do 900%. Right, I mean, like, a basic calculator here. We're going for 15 seconds. She has 2 dots at 60%. Right. So 60% of attack will go multiplied by 15. That's 900. So we just go 9 times. Which cell? Support dot. And we're gonna go for after buffs because it's only fair. So that's the dot here. And then we're gonna do the same thing here. Equals. We go 9 times. Again, the same value there. Okay. And then now we're gonna go for grab the main DPS setup instead. So we're gonna go equals buff calculator. We can go grab main DPS dot, which is this value here. Right? Oh wait, I forgot to put the 9 times. Oh wait, no, that's the wrong one. Yeah, there, it's M12. And then I'll put that number over here. So what I'm gonna also do is equals that cell plus this cell plus this cell. This cell again. We're gonna add this stuff all the way across. This cell. Oh, I'm just gonna make it easier on myself. Change the values here to 11, 11, 11, 12, 12, 12. Okay. Now I'm going to make raw MV % that we're gonna use here. Because what I'm gonna do is we're gonna like input both of the things together. And we can adjust it as well in account for awakenings. I'll just add like the extra we would get per each awakening and then we can just add it together. But basically, I'm gonna just put this thing here. Divide that by 100. And then we multiply it by... I'll take support Zenko stats. That number there. I'm just gonna change that L11. And then I'll do the same thing here. And then Zenko is also 11 there. $11. And then we put the same formula here. That's 11. And this will be 12. Alright. So, in a regular rotation at base, you do around 6192 for 12 seconds. I'll show you how we get to that number. Alright, so like you can actually see right here, after putting it in, how much raw damage is just from the attack scaling portion there. So you'd be doing around 6192%. And this would be like the total damage. Support for like full field time at A0, or not even like just A0 at base, support Zenko is actually out damaging main DPS built Zenko, which is pretty funny. Like right here. If we're talking about like using her on field, building her as pure support, and fielding her the entire time of the rotation, we're getting more on support Zenko than we are on main DPS Zenko. Let's figure out now for 4 seconds. So we can actually do that real quick. I'll just show you what numbers we're using. We're using level 10 of her multipliers here.
Sure. Quid pro quo.
So we can grab the numbers right here. We're triggering one normal attack of this, and then we're doing the hold one. Which one's the hold one? This one? Oh, yeah, here, this one. Pulls this thing. Wait, no. Oh, here, flickering shadow. We're doing one flickering shadow and one normal attack hold. So first, so let's go add it up. 31.6 plus 54.8. Right, and then we have to do the hold. So we got 31. I'll just put 31 3 times for the times 3. And then we're gonna add the 342.4. Okay. We're also gonna get, if we're only at A0, we only get the base Inferno Flamenco. So that's gonna be plus 250.1. I think for the other one, for the 6192, I counted the enhanced one instead and the other ult. But we don't have that for this thing, so we're just gonna have this. And then we're gonna add 772. Oh, not 772. We're gonna add 589.5. So we get 839.6. Right. And then we add that to the 521.8. And then we need her skill. I can just look it up on the everness.info for the level 10 one, because I don't have it at level 10. We get one of the enhanced skills. I believe we just get the Sanguine Dash. So we get one enhanced Sanguine Dash. That would be... Right, because that one is the one that glows, I believe. Yeah, so we got 52 times 4 plus 139. So we're getting our total is 1708.4. Right, so let me put that in here. Alright, I'm gonna just make that equal that. Just to make it consistent there. So basically, this would be our damage here. Notice how the actual DPS is much higher when you only field her for 4 seconds and you skip everything else. Assuming you have the ability to like put somebody else on field for the rest, you basically get the most of her value. Like, look at this. Like, here's the thing, right? As support Zenko, you would basically be doing 800k damage per rotation over 12 seconds. But if you field her for only, 4 seconds, right? So that's 608. 242. Divide that by 797. 304. Right, you're basically getting about 76% of her value in 4 seconds. Rather than fielding her for the full 12, you get most of her damage, like the vast majority, over 4 seconds right there. Yeah, like much less time, so it's much higher value there. Right, you have to like consider the opportunity cost there, but yeah. Hi Kumake, yeah. Yeah, okay. I'm doing fine, I guess. They're calling Brown Dust to a ice slap. You're excited for Akane. And then Blackbird and Akane, yeah. Yeah, we'll see what they come up with there. Yeah, so like, it's gonna be interesting to see how Linko will impact things, but like, right now, the vast majority of her damage in either case is coming from Scorch. And like this is just comparing that. Let's add plus we'll add A1. No, I'm just gonna call it plus A1. Not equals. I don't want it to be that cell now. A1 active. I'll call it A1 active. And then I'll put A2 active. We'll add her other awakenings. A4 active. I'll put A3 active. A4 active. And then A6 active. Okay. I guess I should account for the special boost from illusion form on the thing there, but alright, let me just do that real quick for the bottom part. 86.4 plus 31.6 plus... Oh wait, no, it's over here. 521.8 plus 839.6 times 0.15 would be the increase. So that'd be 204.21. 21 for each of the bottom ones. Let me subtract the thing from that one actually. Let me redo this number. Here, let me just get the actual number here. I forgot to put the 25. 39.6 plus 21.8. Oh wait, was that even the correct number? That was the 521.8, the normal attack. Just making sure it's not her ult. She has like too many things. Yeah, we're looking for Flickering Shadow. Oh yeah, it is the correct one. Oh wait, it was 521.8, but the 86.4 was already added to that. Okay, so this number is even smaller. Okay, let me just redo this number. Times 0.15. Alright, it only gets 78 MV added there then. Okay. I'll change this thing here. And I'll just put base MV. And then we can just like add whatever we're gonna make use of. For the thing. Okay. I'll equal that. I'll make it easier by making them equal the cell above. So I only have to fill in parts of them. Okay. So we have that there. Alright, let me just put that here. Okay. So we have 521.8 then. Times 0.25. 1.25. Because that gets reality boost. So that's 652.25. I'll just add it all here. And that's the normal form mode thing. And then we'll add our alt. Which is just or we'll add the Inferno Flamenco 250.1 and 589.5. Plus 250.1. And then we're adding the skill. What's the skill? Alright, 52 times 4 and 139. Wait, no, we're just doing Sanguine Dash. Yeah, enhanced on. Alright, is that 52%? Yeah, 52% times 4. And then we're also adding 139. Okay, so we get 1838.5. Wait, I should put the 3 awakenings. Unless... So we can like factor that in. Because that is a 20, no, was that 20% multiplier or is it 30%? %20 for her alt. Okay. I'll just count, it's the same for like all of them then. And you would get the enhanced one at this point, so that would be 772 plus 327.4 plus 120.5 plus 120.5 plus 120.5 plus 1037.5. Multiply this by 0.2. That's 499.68. All of them would get that increase from just having 3 awakens, so we can factor that in separately. But yeah, either bootleg gamer. Octopus Truck is an anima support coming out 1.5 phase 2. Surely, Octopus. Surely. Okay. I'm gonna just make another category for the on-field normal part. A6 after we're gonna have 0 there because you're not gonna trigger that into 4-second rotation. A4 active though, that's when we do get to add something there. So for the quick swap one, we would change the order of things. We would basically get the 2498.4, and then we're gonna subtract it by the base one we would have for the alt, and that would be our gain for the bottom part. Which would just be Inferno Flamenco. 250.1 plus 589.5. So that'd be 1649.8. It's different for the support one because you wouldn't be able to get that second alt. And then you would. And then we're gonna add the thing with the A3 active. I would change the priority order because you would get that one after. How much a volleyball tournament gives? If you win, it's 500k. If you win with Zanko's passive, it's 600k. You also get 5 bread. Yeah. Okay. So A3 active. $249. 2498.4. We're gonna multiply that by, what's the boost? From kindling. Oh wait, there's nothing you get from A3. I should have ignored A3. I just realized. I'll just call it 3 Awakens. Because we don't need to have that there. Because that's gonna be the same for everything regardless. So A2 active. And the bonus builds up kindling. When participates in a cycle that triggers Scorch or Hex, increases the damage dealt 150%. And allows it to accumulate even before it becomes available. I believe if we like delay the thing slightly, we can have both of them boosted by that. Alright, because with this thing, applies the damage bonus from kindling to Bloodfleece Reverie, which shares the same kindling stacks with that. You'd only realistically get 1 stack. But we can get the bonus. We can test for it. Actually. We'll change that there, change this to that. We'll test for the stack. Alright, so we can just go open the map. High risk.
A nightmare drowned in ToF.
I didn't see the number.
A bedazzling scarlet phantasm.
32400. Okay.
Shift change. Go rescue.
Party has come. Dance with me.
Yeah, 9-6 thing. That's a different multiplier. Okay. I'm gonna go test the enhanced one now.
A bedazzling scarlet phantasm.
But I want to get a crit just so I can like.
A nightmare drowned in ToF.
Alright, one. Okay, it's 12 135. I'll go with that.
Burn them to ashes.
So I'm just gonna. We're gonna just look for like non-crit, and I'm just looking for 2 specific hits.
Party has come. Dance with me.
Yep.
Repay me with your effort.
929. Okay. So now I'm gonna trigger Scorch.
Leave it to Lacrimosa.
A bedazzling scarlet phantasm.
38, 6, 3, what? I need to see the number again.
Shift change. Go rest now.
38, 6, something. Okay.
I've been waiting. The party has come. Dance with me.
Shit. I need to try that again.
Leave it to Lacrimosa.
Wither of a dazzling scarlet phantasm.
Shit, that crit. I don't want it to crit.
Lacrimosa, very strong.
I'm trying to test it without the crit.
Weak. Heavy. Party has come. Dance with me.
Damn it, it crit again. I don't want it to crit. I don't want it to crit, it crits.
A bedazzling scarlet phantasm.
Alright, that's 30337. Okay.
Bloom for me. Wither for me.
Oh great. The second hit also crit and I got like 70k. Which is not what I'm looking for.
A nightmare drowning in time. Entertain me with your efforts.
Okay, so it does not apply to both of them. Good to know.
I've been waiting. The party has come. Dance with me. Turn them to ashes.
Okay, wait. Maybe if I let it tick first.
Leave it to Lacrimosa.
Weak. A nightmare drowning in time. Bloom for me. Wither for me.
Okay, if you let it tick a little bit before doing the thing, it does count. Okay. So if you delay it a bit. So does that mean if I do this?
Dance with me. Turn them to ashes.
Okay, yeah, that's a good way. That's a good way to do it. So we can get both of them. There is a way to get both of the things to get boosted. So I can account for both of them getting boosted.
As long as you can tolerate my ways.
Put that back. And I'll put that back. Okay. So both of those numbers would get posted. Alright, so let me go back to the thing. I guess I can make it a bit easier to see the... If I do that... Because we can then account for the awakening. So A2 active would be both of them getting the boost. That would add 3747.6. If you play it optimally. And that would apply to everything, because every rotation would get it. Alright, for the A1 active thing, I'm not counting the crit damage boost on the dot, because that's just a bit more of a mess to like factor that in. I'm just gonna assume you already have it active. I'm only counting the on-field part there. Anyways, for the on-field thing, we would basically just grab this twice. You basically just do that portion twice. And then we have the other on-field part that we'll add in. Oh, I can just put that here. Skill. Alt. Which one's the one with the 139? Alright, so that will go under skill. Uh, 250.1 would be alt. With the 589. Alright, so we can put that there, and then reality on field then. Would be the 650 thingy. So that equals this plus this plus that. Right. And then I can just make this equal that for motion value there. that plus this plus that number. Okay. We get the first enhanced skill twice, I believe. Because we're still triggering Sanguine Dash twice. Okay, so it is that. We triggered this thing twice. And then we're gonna add the other skill, which would be Enhanced Soul Cross. So that'd be 39 times 2. Plus 80 times 4. Plus 499. Oh, I should put one more there. There we go, 1591 from the skill. So we have that there. We are doing that part once, and then twice, I mean. And then there's the other thing here, which would we get from our other normal on-field. So let's get that. Right, we need Nightmare Waltz. And Moonfall, because we're going to trigger both of those. So that would be 36.6 plus 52.2 plus 47.4 plus 100.2, and then we're gonna add a Moonfall. It's 45 plus 60.8 plus 61.4 plus 130.1 plus 130.1. So that's 663.8 that we're gonna add. And then now we're gonna add our alt damage. Which we're only gonna take the enhanced one. And you get both of them. So that equals 327.4 plus 772 plus 120.5. We get 3 of those. So I'm gonna put that in brackets. Plus the big hit 1037.5. Oh yeah, well that's right, because we have more times on failed. I need to add the other thing there too. Okay. The other part of our normal attack had. Because you would do N2 on the, instead of just immediately from wildfire, so 70.4. I was missing the 70.4. Okay, it's actually 6,233 instead of the 6192. That's because I forgot to give the reality boost before. Okay. So A6 active, you would get the boost from that. Alright, so if you did have that, you would get this thing for the longer rotation. Right. Increases damage dealt by the final hit by 12% for each dot stack on the target, up to 240%. Calculates the damage bonus separately for each target. I don't remember if this is a multiplier or if this is not. I guess we'll test for it. We can just test for it immediately for the final hit of Oblivion. I'll test for it right now. For the thing.
Too time to dance.
Alright, let me try again. Which one was that final hit? Because their dot is also on the target. It's gonna be hard to say.
What a shame.
You know, I'm just gonna look at the VOD and pause the frame. Tapping the skill puts 5 stacks. You do her normal attacks, you get more. You didn't know? It was on 11:32. think we can go to 1132 as the last hit. Let me just check.
As long as you can tolerate my ways.
Alright, so that would have been 367. No, that was one of the smaller ticks then. Because there's like so many hits on the last part. It's like hard to say. There's like too many numbers. I'm just gonna like check again. So the thing that was 1364, that thing. No, because the dot was hitting harder. I think it was the 400 something. It's like so annoying because like there's too many damage numbers. So like I'm trying to see which one's the correct hit. Okay, it was 3636 was a crit hit. Okay. So I need to get the thing to trigger again. I'm gonna get her A6 effect. Yeah, I know. There's 5 hits at once, and that's the problem. I'm trying to see which one's the final hit. Because the final hit is the bigger number. And that's what that's what gets boosted. I don't know if it's additive or a multiplicative, which is why I'm testing it right now. I'm not entirely sure, but like regardless, you guys already kind of saw earlier that most of her damage is just Scorch and stuff. So like either way, but like, you know, might as well be as accurate as possible. Because we're finding out the exact impact for each awakening. The exact thing. But yeah. Because like we're getting the exact motion value like relative value there. And we can just put the thing in here. And we can like account for whatever other boosts we would have. To like factor in. That's kind of the idea there. Yeah, we're getting the exact ultimate one. And we're gonna like first once for all prove whether or not it's better to even run for whales, cycle intensity main stat or not. Well, we're gonna find out. Okay. Because like I'm pretty sure it's going to go in favorite thing, but we have to like make sure we're like completely sure on how the things are gonna play out. Gotta be completely accurate.
pipe dream.
Okay, we're gonna need to restart that because that didn't crit. I saw the number that was 73 something, but that didn't crit. So it's not fair. Okay, I don't know if that crit or not, but I'm just gonna rewind the VOD. So bear with me while I try to look for the number. Because I'm pretty sure it crit. Because, like, I'm pretty sure I saw it crit. Oh, I did the wrong skill. Never mind, we gotta do it again. This shit's annoying.
Formless and shadowless.
God damn it, that didn't crit. 2351 or something. 23 something 51. I didn't see the full number. It went by too quickly. I'm just gonna check back in. Because I need to see. Okay, 23591. Okay. I'm gonna retest without the boost. No, we have our signature arc equipped. It doesn't matter, because we're doing the same thing regardless to get all the stacks.
Sure.
We'd have the same amount of stacks
Quick
regardless by that
profile.
point.
As long as you can.
Because we're not
tolerate my
looking at the
whims.
first hit immediately, we're looking at the final hit. And, like, this is after a decent amount of time. So I'm just gonna remove that. Honestly, I'm gonna make it easier on myself and just knock the boss down. Put her A5 back. Like, either way, it's pretty bait. So-called total cycle intensity, we're not looking for Scorch right now.
Smoke and mirrors.
That didn't crit. That was 4,000 something. That did not crit. $13,297. Okay. Yeah, so that's additive then to your whatever your damage bonus is. That 12% is additive to whatever existing damage bonus you have. Because it's not plus 120%. Like, you can see the difference on the hit. 23,591 was the big one. Divide that by 13297. Like, it is not. So if you do this times 1.2, or right, times 2.2, I mean, we would be hitting 29,000. So it has to be additive. And we would already have, what, 60%? So 1.6 versus what? So 2.2 plus 0.6. Divide that by 1.6. 1.75. Yeah, that would line up. It would about line up. It was like 1.6750 versus thing. Yeah, so this is just gonna be that we can add that in then 499 times 1. I don't know. That would be basically be 2.4 plus 1.675. Or I guess if we have the full buffs, it was 775. Divide that by 1.775. That's 2.35 times 499. That's 1173.7 damage. Motion value. For A6 active. Because that's assuming you have 20 stacks of the dot. And then now we'll figure out A4 active. Alright, we gotta figure out everything. And then, like, we can, like, calc the total damage for each of the things.
As long as you can tolerate my ways.
Yeah, so 8-4, you would get it on both. You would just get the extra boost there. Because you would already trigger both ults, so it'd actually be a bit smaller. Oh wait, because I already accounted for it on the other one. My bad. Okay. So, A2 active. I guess you would get it for both anyways. No, you would get it for one, because you would get that after. So first one then, you would just get it for Game crashed. And then I have to like go through the thing to open it up again just to check. Alright, come on, load.
Sure. Quid pro quo.
Yeah, because you can get A2 and A4 to have the thing apply to both. From a thing. And that's 150% boost. Okay. 772 plus 327.4. This one 20.5. Oh, I forgot to account for the 1.2 there. So it's actually this. If you get a 4 on there. Oh wait, actually no, wait. Wait, actually... Yeah, it should be the 1.2 thing there. Okay, so... but like the A2 active is going to require the A4. But the thing is going to be different for the other one. Because you won't be able to trigger that thing without the A4 anyways. Alright, so 1.5... times... I'll get the 1.2 triggered in here, factored in. Alright. And I'll just factor it in for both of them. So the first one is kindling the next Inferno Flamenco. So we'll get Inferno Flamenco. 772. Alright. Plus 327.4. Alright, so we get that number here. And then A4. We're gonna have that also apply to Blood-Faced Reverie. So 1.8 times 120.5 times 3 plus 1037.5. That's 18.2. Okay. So now we have like the total numbers there. So at base, that would be 6233.7 for on field and 1838.85. So you would basically have this much total damage done. Just under 800k as pure support. Running the cycle intensity main stat. If you use her on field. So I'm just gonna put I'm gonna put damage main on there both. Over there. So like this is the comparison here. So at A0, you're doing A0, A1, A2. So like this is basically pre A3. You're always going to be doing more damage with cycle intensity main stat. I'm calling it support, but you can call it sub DPS. That doesn't matter. She's only on field for 4 seconds. Okay. So this is going to be pre A3 Azanko. Right, so this is like pre A3. We have like all of this here. I guess we can like add more stuff to compare to. So I guess we can like, but yeah, cycle intensity is the priority. I mean, we could basically keep it going for different levels of investment then. So we can make we'll have to keep the things going. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna like color code it. So this will be before A3. I'm gonna have to like fix all the formulas there. And we can account for like each awakening past A3. A3 plus. Okay. So I'm gonna color this. We'll color that lime, I guess. I don't know, it doesn't look that great. It doesn't matter. We're just gonna color coordinate it just so we can get like a good comparison stuff going on. I'll change this to that lighter one. No, that's not. That looks too similar. Alright, I want it to look a little bit different as we keep going. Insert, let's do it. So the next group will make it like slowly go to orange and then eventually red. So pre A3. We'll just go A3. And then we'll go A4. A5. So then this would be A6. Alright, so we can put A6. Yeah, because like I want to just color coordinate everything. And we can have like full good breakdown for all the stuff. Alright, so all of this will be light gray. And we can like... Here, I'll make it so the game's music is in better things so we can hear it more. Right, because the idea is like we want to be able to like fully visualize what's what so we can like fully see the damage of everything. For the bottom one, I'm gonna account for the attack percent increase by just multiplying it by 1.13. It's roughly about a 13% increase there, and then I'm just gonna do the same thing for all the other stuff here. For the A6 one. Alright, and then the next thing. And then finally the last category. And then raw damage. What? M13. Wait, which one's M13? Oh, I need to change the L9. L13. That should be L14 then. Wait. No, L17 for this one. L21 for this one. And that would be L25. Hi, student manga protagonist. Welcome. We're doing Zanko math. Right, we're doing a Zanko math here on like full breakdown of the damage between different stats. So yeah. And we're basically breaking it down per awakening too. Right. I hear it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the dots part we don't need to change. 'Cause that would stay the same regardless. That's L15. So that would be L19. That would be L23. And that would be L27. Alright. And then there's this part. So that's L16. That would be L20. L24. And then this would be L28. Field time. 12, 12, 4, 4, 12, 12, 4, 4. Alright, and then we'll have to get that damage stuff accounted for. Wait, would I be able to like just paste the value there? No. Alright, I'm gonna have to like manually put these in. All of these cells. What do you mean Hattori? Alright, 17. Oh, that's Zanko. See, it's just Zanko idol. We have Zanko idol back there. She makes those sounds too. Alright, and then we keep going. Two thing. Alright, we got the 2-6 thing there. Okay. And then we'll just get the thing for the DPS. Equals this number divided by that number. And then we just keep going through. That way we can get like their effective DPS. But yeah. Right, that's 19. And then we go. And then we keep going. Let me get the 23 there. But there's the 24. There's number 25. Okay, so we have that part there. Now we need to just put the raw motion value. Okay, so at A3, we're gonna be adding a bunch of stuff. So first part, we're gonna add that one plus base motion value there. That one's just gonna equal the one above. This one's gonna equal this one plus base motion value. That one's going to equal the one above. And then first one you would get then after A3 would basically be the A2. So you would take A2 there. Well, this one first one you would take is the A4. So we would get that. So we can like see where the damage increases there. Yeah, you need at least A3 then for damage percent to slightly beat out cycle intensity main stat. Slightly. Very, very slightly. Alright, next one then. This one would be we'll just bolt it on top. We'll add the A4. We'll add this one to the A2. But like, notice how it's slowly just getting more in favor of just being the quick swap. Look at how much the damage gap is shrinking. Like, this is the funny part. The more you like once, like the more you got the stuff like fully maxed out, the closer and closer like the damage shrinks. Yeah, this is like the full like max out math on like Azanko's like total damage worth. So pre A3, then A3, A4, A5, A6 is what we're basically comparing like with everything there. So at A5 we would just grab this number plus well, it's just gonna be that. And then it's just gonna equal this. Plus, well, 0, because you don't get anything. Right. And then... So, like, this is, like, the total damage thing going through. Wait, did I make sure to factor that stuff in? J26. Over I, yes, that is correct. And then, so it's this number. I don't know why that number is so low randomly. Something must have borked here. Yeah, G26. That's L16. No, no wonder. That's supposed to be 26. Okay, yeah, now it's all correct. Okay, there we go. Alright, so this is basically the DPS is like obviously if you only field her for 4 seconds, she's worth way more DPS. But this is basically the full damage breakdown comparison for Zenko. The top 2 in each category is as a main DPS. The bottom 2 is this quick swap support, where you field her for 4 seconds. And then you can kind of see the damage split between going main cycle intensity main stat versus damage percent main stat. So like yeah, at A6 damage percent is definitely a little bit better. It's mainly when does the stuff start to change a little bit. At like A3, it's when it like kind of becomes a bit of a thing there where it shrinks, where it gets closed up a little bit using thing. But what's funny though is like when you have support Zenko, like look how close support Zenko is versus DPS build. And like earlier on pre A3, support build Zenko is stronger. So like this is A2. A0, A1, and A2, they're going to give you this state of things. And then at A3, I swapped the things around. But there we go. Full chart comparing. No. Aww. Aww. And then support label equals. But like break damage is not included in any of these calcs. So this is basically where things lie. I mean, so the awakenings there, you would just get what? A1, A5, and A4 if you're going for 4-second field time. Otherwise it's A1, A3, A2, A5 if you're going for 12-second full on-field time. It doesn't matter if you're running cycle intensity mains that are damage percent. It would still math out to that. This is basically just a breakdown of just the damage between the things. Right. If it says main DPS, you're gonna just see that means damage percent main stat and incantation stat. Cycle intensity main stat, it means lost radiance. I mean, not cycle. Support means lost radiance. But like, what's pretty funny is just how close it is to run lost radiance. Right? Like when you see support, like how close it is to running incantation sat. If you're using her fully on field, yes, A2 is the third one. If you're not using her fully on field, it becomes A4 instead of A2. And then after you get A4, you would grab A2. The priorities swap depending on which road, how long you field her. Basically. Like, you would just swap around based off of that. But, like, here's the other thing, too, that's pretty interesting. Compared to, like, A2 Zanko, Whaled Zanko is only how much stronger? Or even, like, over base, if we're ignoring the break. Because that would basically be under the pre-A3. That'd be 1, 2, 6, 3, 3, 5, 7. Divide that by 7, 9, 9, 0, 6, 2. Yeah, so 1.58. It's 58% stronger than base. In terms of damage per rotation. That's like the difference between max Zanko and like a base Zanko in terms of overall damage. Welcome Raiders, welcome guys, plus 57 million viewers. Welcome to the sheet of a Zanko damage breakdown calcs. And like accounting for every single piece of damage that we triggered by Zanko. Going through here and comparing different setups and whether or not you field her for the full 12-second rotation or 4-second swap out. I mean, like, what's really crazy though, like, the big thing here is, like, she does most of her damage at all levels of investment in 4 seconds compared to the full 12 seconds of field time. It's better to just cut it short and ignore, basically, a large chunk of her kit. Which is, pretty funny. Ah, nice. Thanks for the raid. But yeah. Welcome, guys. We're just doing a Zenko, like, full-on calcs here. I got, like, everything figured out. Even, like, the amount of, like, damage for Scorch and everything. We're assuming that the enemy has, it has about 50% base defense. So basically, Beyond the Rails, stage 12 boss. We're not counting for break damage here. But this is just like actual stats you'd be building for. And it's what's really funny is even if the user is on main DPS on field, up before you have like 3 awakenings on her, it's best to fully invest in as pure Scorch bot and give her the Lost Radiance set. It's more overall damage than running the incantation set. So like anything that just says the CL the CI main here, those are that's just the main stat. The if it says here support Zenko, there is the label. This is just what indicates which set, basically. Right, so if it like the support set is Lost Radiance, and then the main DPS set, when it's under that label, is the incantation set. That depends on. Okay, so like the thing is with Zenko, there are 2 ways to play her. Oh wait, I minimized the wrong window. Let's just go to the flower. Right, there's 2 ways to use her on field. So I'll just get loaded in. So the first way you do it, right? So you N1 hold, get into illusion form, and then you just field there until you get the second skill. You have these glow. You would do that, get the second ult. And you would do that. So that's about 12 seconds of like actual timer field time. Right. Or what you would do. Oh yeah, she died. Give me a sec. Right. Oh, actually, wait, no, my mistake. If you're doing the shorter one, you would do just the ult first. You would just use ult. You don't get the special enhanced one. And then you swap out. You get most of her damage just by doing that. It's about 4 seconds of like what gets tracked under the timer to do that though. You just use her ult. You do the first normal attack, you hold it and then use the enhanced of the yellow skill. And you swap out. That said,
As long as you can tolerate my way.
I don't have her A3 yet. I'm just gonna temporarily remove that. You would grab her A4 as her A3 if you're playing the swap off immediately. Otherwise, you would get the A2 instead. And when you have her A4, it changes things a lot for the quick swap thing, because now you get to use both of the alts. You get to have the enhanced one for free. No, just Zanko. Lost Radiance does not only has to be on Zanko.
A bedazzling scarlet phantasm.
Right? I get to use that, and then use this immediately after. And then I can swap off. That's what changes for that setup there. Basically just using the assuming perfect stats. I put them all in a damage calculator for each part. Got the raw motion value for every single section.
Sure. Quid pro quo.
And just factored that in there. Because you would grab without it. Alright, let me get it fixed up again. Do you swap back when the alt is full? If you don't have the alt available, you would just skip using it. I guess technically speaking, I should account for the fact that you only get it every other rotation, the alt. So I guess I should put a modifier there. Because you technically don't get it every rotation. But this is first rotation. The thing is though, if you have like a fully invested team for Beyond the Rails 12, in some cases you won't even get to the second rotation. This is assuming, I guess, like you can get this stuff set up, you cleared in one, because like, here's the thing, right? Like, let's say I take this to Beyond the Rail 12. Like, I'm not gonna get to a second rotation. At least for the support setup, if you have like a full setup for it. Because like, it kind of depends on how many rotations it takes for you to clear the content. Because yeah, realistically, you're not gonna have your alts up and available every single time. Either way, Scorch just does way too much damage. It does basically about half of her damage, if not more, depending on your level of investment. It does an insane amount. I had like Daffodil there for a demonstration of something the other day. So like, yeah, so you have the full optimal team here.
I was almost worried. Won't you dance with me?
May you find eternal peace.
Watch out! Oh. Black Mimosa, angry. A kill.
Right? That was what, 16 seconds? Already dead? I doesn't even have any weaknesses or anything? I don't have the Blackbird buff either? Right, it's 16 seconds. Just immediately deleted. I don't even have A1 on Security. I could have cleared it even faster. If I had A1 on Security, we could have probably gotten that under 10.
Had a good dream.
I don't have A1 on Security.
If you're that free, go buy me the
This is A0 Security. But already deleted. Like, that's the thing, right? Like, that's the thing. not even getting to the rotation there. Not even getting to the a second rotation because it's already dead. Like, that's the thing. I can't get to it. It's already dead. It just gets deleted. I guess they should like make a second set of this stuff for if you do need to get to a second rotation, then you can't alt every time.
In case of emergency, please wait patiently in a safe area. If necessary, use only Esper abilities that will not harm other passengers.
But like, yeah, it's like full breakdown of everything.
Safety, do not get back onto the train. Please
Of like the total raw motion value per rotation. But yeah, like, it's pretty funny though. Just how much damage you can get out of 4 seconds of value on her. Right, like, it's just it's so much more to just quick swap. And it's part of why I basically say her her A6 thing is a scam. The thing that gives you 12% damage per stack of the dot, even though you get 20 stacks, it's a scam because it's so little damage that it's actually worth. Yeah, the freaking game is making my thing lag. I mean, I guess we can add the break one. If you want to add the one break. Let's assume then. I guess we can give the party like 800 break intensity and then we add the 900 times 3 times 4, I mean. Let's just assume, you had like break intensity stacked on your supports. We'll multiply that by 4,400. We'll divide that by 300. Oh, actually, wait, no. Should be going 1100. Divided by 300. Multiply that by 21k. Multiply that by 4. So it'd be 308k base break. I guess I'll just add break. I don't... I'll have to find a spot then to add break. Okay. So anything running these things will get like 15% more break, whatever. So that will be... Both of the bottom, both the main ones would only get 308. Okay, and then the two in between. Oh, 15%, so I'm gonna go with 354. I'm just gonna like round there. This is technically rounding down over the actual exact value, but like I don't feel like setting up the calculator for the full break one. We'll add one break per thing. Okay. We'll add that in. I'm just gonna click duplicate. I'm gonna just rename this. Then go calc with break. Total damage, we're just gonna add that plus this thing. Plus that one. Plus this. Plus that. I guess, like, when we factor in the break, it just closes things a bit more. Like, it really, like, closes the gap of everything. But yeah, adding in the break does change things a bit. Okay. It closes the gap considerably as well at higher investment then. With lost radiance versus the other side. Like, it does. So at A3, lost radiance will still be better. It's at A4. But like, yeah. And then it just keeps going there. But like, the crazy part though is like the amount of value you get from Zanko as a quick swap support versus like just using her fully on field is insane. It's like you have A0 definitely trying to compensate. Here's the thing though, like that shit won't do much with the break there, because like if you don't have, this is assuming we have the 900% break, which is additive to break intensity.
Lacrimosa had a
Sure. Quid pro quo.
So like this effect on Zanko, the break damage by 300%, it's the same increase as if every character in the party had plus 900. Like it would get additive to that 381, for example. If you had that on Zanko, you wouldn't have 381 break on Daffodil, you would have 1281. Like, that would be like the actual, like, effective value. This doesn't triple break damage, it adds 300% break damage to each character. Which, 100% break damage is 300 break intensity. So, you know, 3 times 300, that's 900. Oh, that's what it does there. That said though, like, on just a base Daffodil, you only trigger break one time. You get to trigger her break extra times, only Daffodil's portion. When you have her, other awakens. Awaken, with the first awaken, if you take awaken 5, the insight debuff on the target would mean that, like, when you trigger break, they would take Daffodil's portion of the break. So whatever, it's on a level 90 boss in Beyond the Rail, it's around 21,000 damage when you break them at 0 break intensity. So that would be multiplied by whatever break bonuses you would have, and you would get that specific damage added as another number that the boss would take. And then if you also combine it with her A3, you can stack it up to 2 times, up to 2 layers, the insight debuff from her ult. And you would basically just get it again. But yeah. Yeah, so it's basically doubled, yeah. Well, not quite. You basically double the portion that Daffodil does. Not the full big number. Actually, I'll show you a demonstration of how it works.
going.
So... here, I can just show you. I don't know if you can, like, see how well it'll show up for you. So we have Daffodil here. Let me minimize this. Right, so you have Daffodil here. Mine's only level 60, I don't have her fully built. But if I use her ult... you see the debuff on the target with the 1 stack? That's insight. So I have 1 stack of insight on the target.
Just like old times. Turning 100-fold.
Oh fuck.
Hand over control.
That is so annoying.
Just like old times. With
I don't know if you noticed the extra damage there. Here, let me trigger it again. So I have 1 stack on the target.
just like old times.
Oh god, it was out of frame, but there was 2 white numbers. I don't know if you noticed. Like, pay attention. So you can see it. Yeah, I know, but that's not the point. Alright, whatever. Oh, this boss is so annoying to get the thing off immediately. Because if you don't just kill him immediately...
Nowhere to hide. Just like old.
There is like a second number. Because I had insight on the target.
What you see is an illusion.
Right, so like, again.
Just like old times.
Right, you saw the extra number there? The extra white number? That was Daffodil's extra break hit. Right, and then, yeah, so the insight basically,
Sure.
yeah, that was like
Well.
what Daffodil was worth. And that, she's basically with how much break intensity? She's at level 60. I don't have the resources to get her all the way to level 80. If you want to get the most out of break, you need every character at level 80, because the base damage of break is based off of the character level. And it's very, very low before level 80. At level 80, the base damage is 3603. At level 60, it's around like 1200 or something. That's why the thing was very low for her portion. But yeah, like you can even see it on the ult here. You can see the... Does it tell us the insight? Her ult applies the insight stack. It lasts 45 seconds. Inflicting insight here. And like every stack of insight will just have her trigger the break an additional time. So basically at A0, you only get 1 stack and the stack gets removed. If you have A5, the stack will trigger twice, so you would get it to happen twice per portion. But then if you also have her A3 effect, and you're able to apply a second stack of insight, well, now you would have it trigger 4 times, basically. Her own break portion would trigger 4 times. Like, that's basically what would happen. You would get you would get 4 of those extra numbers. And like, if you've seen like those crazy break videos or whatever that's been posted around, that's basically what people have been doing. But to even get that stuff set up, it would like, you would have to basically cast her ult, don't break the target, and cast her ult a second time to stack insight a second time. And then you would break it. Like, there's quite a bit of setup, and her ult has a 20-second cooldown. Yeah, it's a 20-second cooldown. Getting the ult energy for it isn't too hard if you can also grab her A2, was it her A2? Yeah, her A2. If you can get her A2, it makes it a bit easier to get, her ult back immediately, but, yeah. So long as that, the thing is, it takes way too long to set up. If you just tried to play it normally, you would have already killed the boss. It takes so much setup that, like, you would have killed it if you just played it normally instead of trying to force it. That's, like, the thing there. As, like, crazy as it sounds, it's not as crazy because it would take too much setup to be able to get 2 stacks of insight on the target and then break it. And then break the target. The cost and the thing is just a bit too much. And then, like, the reality is, yeah, the freaking Scorch damage would probably kill it before you get to that point. Like, that's the other thing. Scorch will just kill it before you get to that point if you build properly for it. Like, it will likely just kill it before you get there. Like, Beyond the Real bosses on stage 12, they only have 1.9 million HP. Like, they only have so much. It's just not worth all that effort to fully set up that way. That's why Daffodil isn't that great. But like, yeah, it is just interesting how this stuff just plays out. Yeah, it's just gonna make you feel a lot better, yeah. Like, if you were to get a dupe on Daffodil,
Sure.
like, I would just
Quid pro quo.
grab her A5.
It's my duty.
And then if you got a second dupe, I guess you would just grab her A1. Just, not her A1, her A2. But like, yeah. She's in the blue board S list anyways. You were dreading trying to pull her. Yeah. The reality is, though, like, the stuff in Beyond the Rails, it has so little HP that, like, honestly, this part here, the A3 doesn't really come into effect. Because it just takes too much setup. That, like, I would actually probably go after her A4, just so she can have her own break boost there, too. Like, yeah, because, again, like, you're just not gonna get it. You're just gonna kill it too quickly.
In an orderly fashion.
But yeah, like, the score stuff, though, it takes really hard.
Daily safety department.
A very big scourge damage.
Train arrives at the door. At an abnormal spot such as
Did it make sure to do everything? I should probably check up on the thing there. Oh, but yeah. What it also means, though, is like a lot of the early stuff people have done for Zanko, they kind of just ignored certain portions of it because the stuff is a lot closer and more tightly packed on where the damage is. Yeah, because like now that like this is all factored in, if we're just doing one rotation, the difference between, let's say, A1 Zanko and A6 Zanko is what? 1, 1, 5, 3, 2, 6, 2. Oh, we're just gonna memory save that. We'll find out how much stronger the thing. And this is assuming fully perfect gear. So 1, 5, 7, 1, 3, 5, 7. Divide that by memory recall. 36%. Between A1 and A6 Zanko having, like, all 6 awakenings. 36% damage difference from Zanko. But yeah. And the thing is too, if you're like really taking advantage of break, the best setup you can have, again, and it also applies for Scourge, is you have Sakiri and Adler in there. That will still likely be quite a bit better though than Lingo, honestly. Because part of the problem on why I don't think Linko is gonna be worth all that much to like really change Zanko and isn't gonna be worth, at least for the time being, is just look at how much damage is Dot and Scorch versus the raw damage portion. Like, more than half of her damage at all levels of investment is just going to be the Scorch and Dot. Like, prior to getting, like, the thing is, like, prior to A6, I guess, yeah, prior to A6 Zanko, the Scorch itself does more damage than her non-Dot damage. And then you still have her own Dot portion damage. Like, it's still mostly Scorch. At A6, it's a bit closer. Right, we have the 591k versus the 502k from Scorch. It's quite a bit closer. But, like, the way the damage is split, I can kind of see Linko getting value if you have A6 on Zenko. Because then you would find a way to, like, trade something out. But with how much of her damage can just be tied up in dots and Scorch, it's kind of just hard unless they do something really ridiculous with the follow-up damage boost on Linko. They have to do something really, really crazy. Because only part of her ult and part of her, like, and half of her normal attack damage would count as follow-up. Half of her ult and half of her normal attack. The rest doesn't get benefits from follow-up. They would still get the 20% increase from triggering Hexed, but yeah. I don't think it's like it's gonna be anywhere near enough. It's just like we're in the weird situation where it's just Sakiri is just really, really strong.
Sure.
They gave her the instant break on her A5 that actually makes the break damage not cope at least the one time you get to trigger it, because you get it instantly and it's like a pretty big boost. Running triple incantation units also lets you use the Great Thief arc for even more break intensity for the entire team. Well, almost the entire team. Right, like 112, 3 character slots, plus another 120. That's a lot of break damage right there. That you would get. Adler himself does, like, okay dot damage in the background, especially with, like, how much defense he would have, like, just under 3,000 defense. Having the dot hit for 43.2. This is similar damage to like half of Zenko's dots fully buffed, to half of a fully buffed Zenko's dots, assuming you have like 20 stacks. This would be like similar damage output coming from Adler. And then also the other thing too, Adler A6, you get 10% incantation damage bonus for the entire team. And then also, because you have Scorch on the target, you get 10% universal resistance shred, which under most situations is a 12% damage increase. Like, Adler himself buffs so much that if you had A1 Sakiri and A1 Haniel, combining Haniel, not A1 Haniel, A6 Haniel, combining Haniel plus Sakiri would give you less of a damage boost than just combining A1 Sakiri with Adler, which is pretty crazy. Like, it's just the math ends up being in there. And yeah, you will. Because every time you reapply Scorch, Adler's passive triggers again. And here's the thing, every time the dot ticks, Zenko reapplies Scorch. Any dot. For some reason, the way this thing works is anytime a dot is ticked. So any dot tick will just reapply Scorch. Which means Adler's thing gets refreshed just by having the dot on them. Like, you just get to have full uptime on Adler's stuff. It's just a funny interaction there. Yeah, it's like pretty busted. So it's just like, Linko has to do something super insane to make it worth switching out. Yeah. Adler's just low-key slept on, man. And then again, like, you get the Great Thief thing, and if you have the break stuff. But yeah. It's just kind of crazy how things play out that way. And of course, you actually get some survivability too, because Adler has the shield. Like, how thick is my Adler shield?
Greetings to you.
I have level 11 on his skill. So that's 2160 plus 172% of his defense. And he has another 20% shield boost. So let's just go calc that. So I have 2957 times 1 point, how much? 1.72. And then we add the 2160. And then we multiply that by 1 point, is it 1.2? Yeah, 1.2. So it's just under 9,000 HP shield. Right, it's about like half of like,
Sure.
it's slightly under half of like the HP of like a max level character.
Everything we need for the trip is ready.
Of course, you know, you could always switch to the umbrella and you get significantly bigger shield, but you lose the extra break damage. Yeah, it's under 9,000. I mean, if I just switch his arc to umbrella, even like if it's not fully upgraded, I get a little bit more defense to work with, and I get the 18% shield strength there. It's gonna be well over 9,000 if I do switch that, but yeah, there's like that there. You can sacrifice a tiny bit of damage for quite a bit more survivability too. That said, again, like when you're killing the things too fast, it doesn't really matter all that much. Adler himself is just really, really good with like when you're stacking all the stuff there. But yeah, that's not even his S arc. He doesn't have an S arc option. He doesn't really have one. Cause like if you go to Adler, like you could put, if you're really crazy, you could put what Shinku's arc. You could put a Baisung's arc. This is not gonna help you. Neither is Shinku's arc gonna help you. You could put Fadia's arc, which also will not help you. You can put Chaos's arc, which will also not help you. Like, it's not gonna do anything for Adler. It's really just put the umbrella. If you want more survivability. Or the Great Thief. Realistically and ideally, you would want the Great Thief on him. But yeah. Adler's strong. Right, and like he gives you again like one of the dots. Scorch itself counts as one of the dots for the security passive, by the way. This one. Scorch itself counts for this. But only one layer of Scorch, not 3 stacks. And it's just like each type of dot. Scorch is 1. Zenko has 2 more dots. And then you just need 1 more, and then Adler provides that 1 more. To max this out, and this would basically Yeah, 4 dots on them, you would double Scorch's damage. And like that's kind of how Scorch just gets so absurd. But that's just how things just add up. Okay.
Greetings. Well, your path ahead is
Alright, I didn't even claim the buff yet. 15% attack, that's whatever. But yeah, either way though, it's great that I actually have all the damage numbers done and figured out. I can run one more, I can try to get another Cosmos Arc. We'll see.
Leave. Who's the next target?
Nope. Okay. And that's a wrap. If this was Cosmos, the main stat, or crit rate main stat, this would have been amazing. Unfortunately, it's animal main stat. Pure troll there. Okay.
Sure.
Let's see if we can roll at
Quid
least.
pro quo.
I should break some of the rejects. Alright, let's see. Yeah, these would all basically just be rejects. I guess you can just filter them out. And get rid of them immediately. Right, intentionally filtering for like bad stats. Right. I gotta get rid of them all. Uh, Wait, what set is this? Okay, I want to get rid of that. Don't know why I had that one favorited. Okay. Then how about here? Alright, we can roll for more pieces.
As long as you can tolerate my ways.
Let's see. What can we got? What can we got today? Junk. Interesting. Oh, that's a really nice piece. And the rest is kind of bad. Wait, is that the right orientation? No, it's a different orientation. Okay, so like he would use it. If I was to ever build him. Right, because like Shauna set uses that. And that's a perfect pace right there. I guess Incantation set also uses it. I'll just shove it here for now. Yeah, because that's the perfect pace. Okay. Is there anything else I need to get done? Oh, I didn't get my last breakfast bag.
Where are we going?
Let's go mug an NPC for the last breakfast bag. I thought I did it earlier.
Leave it to Lacrimosa.
Hey everyone, we're Crossroads, the acoustic duo. Here's a song we wrote ourselves.
We'll just go grab it right now.
Watch where you're going. Seriously, what's your deal?
Alright, let's see what we got. Okay. And then we take this. 2,300. Well, every small bit of funds helps, I guess. It's not much, but it's still extra funds. And I need all the funds I can get. Gotta make sure you guys donate to the OnlyFans. Need all the funds. Need all of it. Need lots and lots of funds.
I was almost worried.
God damn it.
Lacrimosa, help me.
Boring opponent.
Oh, we're dead. Oh, we should get the daily thing here done too. Oh, that lets me recycle it. I don't want to recycle it. Get that done. Alright, Hangnail gets the thing there. Okay. Anything else I wanna grab or get done? I think we're done with like everything I need right now. I'm pretty sure. Oh wait, I didn't do the Eroi petting. I should do that before I forget.
Kiddos, it's our turn to shine.
Ooh, free wallet. Plus 100 fawns. Alright, we'll take it. Every last fawn helps. We can probably go find something to pet over there. Okay. Okay, I think then... I'll just end off here though. I'll probably go, let's see, who can we raid out to? Because like I've just been with how busy I have been like during the weekend, like the past 2 days. I'm just pretty tired after that. At least I figured I finally went in and fully did the stuff there for Zanko, so I can like make graphics and like put it in like a video to like fully break down all the bits and pieces on what the hell is going on with Zanko after. I can like get that sorted out. But yeah. That's it though, as usual guys. Thank you guys all for stopping by, and hopefully I can see you guys again next time. I'm gonna go find and see if there's like someone we can raid out to. Yeah, I guess I haven't seen Maya in forever. We'll go raid her. But yeah. Thanks for the follow as well, Zyra. But yeah, we'll just end off here. And hopefully I can see you guys again next time. Alright, we'll be back tomorrow. And we'll get some stuff done. Maybe I'll probably slowly start working on like the actual infographics and stuff like that as well on stream for Zanko stuff. Because I do want to like make a video like I did with like Lacrimosa before. It's just, it takes too much time to like make all the pieces and then edit. So I'm thinking maybe I just like make parts of it on stream. And then I just record voiceover and other stuff off stream. And then upload the video after. Hopefully we'll try to get it done by the end of the week thing there next week. But yeah, I'll see you guys. See ya, I'll raid out too.
not cool at all.
Reinx stream is visiting the academy with 50